Phone there.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. I see. I hear it coming through.
Yeah, yeah. The English will come through.
We will be starting in 1 minute. Good morning, everyone. I can start, no? 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 Myself, I would like to welcome you to the 46th meeting of the Open-Ended Working Group of the parties to the Montreal Protocol and extend a very warm welcome to all of you to Montreal. And as always, it's good to see the members of the Ozone family, and we are glad here to begin our work. Before we commence with the consideration of organizational matters, I would like to invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Meg Zeki, to make an opening statement. Meg, you have the floor.
90-powered freezers, and we made sure that people who came to get some ice cream listened to a little lecture from us on the ozone and climate-friendly refrigerants and appliances. Then they got their ice cream. So to demonstrate the increasing climate benefits of the Montreal Protocol, we developed the Avoided CO2 website and app and launched them during UNEP's UNEA 6 in February. We would like to present those tools to the OEWG if time allows and if co-chairs can find an appropriate spot during the meeting. At UNEA 6, the day focusing on the multilateral environmental agreements also provided a platform to highlight the successes and achievements of the Montreal Protocol. Both our COP and MOP presidents participated and made statements and interventions in the high-level sessions and in the various side events that underlined the growing synergies among MEAs and other environmental bodies. In pursuit of wider collaboration, and our assessment panel experts are also lending their expertise to other discussions, such as the plastics treaties negotiation and some biodiversity-related meetings. The Secretariat also provided inputs to the talks on creating a new science policy panel on chemicals, waste, and pollution. We also shared experiences of relevance with Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and built on the collaboration with BRS, that's the Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm Conventions on illegal trade, transboundary movement of waste, and disposal of refrigerants and equipment. Delegates, let me now turn to the agenda of this meeting and mention a few key areas or issues to be addressed by this meeting. First, agenda item 4 on life cycle refrigerant management, or LRM. TEEP has responded to the request of the parties and submitted its report for consideration by the parties. LRM is fast becoming an area of focus and importance for good reason. TEEP's report points out that there will be huge climate benefits by implementing effective LRM practices. The report says that about 39 gigatons CO2 equivalent emissions of HCFCs and HFCs could be prevented between 2025 and 2050. And that would, of course, add significantly to the Kigali Amendment's climate benefits from HFC reductions, which is estimated to be about 420 gigatons CO2 equivalent by the end of the century. Yesterday, CCAC convened a workshop on banks inventory methodology and management of the banks. These are integral actions of LRM. We have heard that the workshop was a great success, and we would like to build on the outcomes, where appropriate, at the Secretariat's LRM workshop to be held back-to-back with the COP-MOP later in the year. Also, the report of the TEEP on LRM will be an important basis for that workshop. Second issue I wanted to mention is the atmospheric monitoring of controlled substances under Agenda Item 5. In response to Decision 3514, the Secretariat, together with the Steering Committee of the EU-funded pilot project on gaps in controlled substance monitoring, will present reports on the costs of establishing stations for monitoring of controlled substances and sustainable funding options for such monitoring stations. In April, the ozone research managers at their 12th meeting also addressed and endorsed the monitoring of controlled substances as a natural activity under the Vienna Convention and its trust funds. ORM also agreed with the outcomes of the online workshop convened by the Ozone Secretariat and the Steering Committee to discuss cost estimates with experts in the field. We are excited to present to you these outcomes and reports to inform your discussions under Agenda Item 5. Other agenda items have been passed on from 35th MOP, such as the very short-lived substances, feedstock uses of controlled substances, and carbon tetrachloride emissions under Agenda Item 3. Other agenda items have been passed, energy efficiency funding support for countries affected by COVID-19, and the options for changes to Form 3 to support HFC 23 reporting are other priority issues as well. Delegates, you clearly have a lot of work ahead of you this week. Now, before I hand over the floor back to the co-chairs, please allow me to introduce Pablo Moscoso de la Cuba, a new staff member who officially joined the Ozone Secretariat at this meeting, flying in straight from Peru. He's on my left over there. So he is just 4 years old in the Secretariat, and he is replacing Gilbert Bancobeza as our new Senior Legal Officer. So thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you very fruitful discussions and a productive week. Thank you.
Thank the Executive Secretary for her statement, and we thank the much work done by the Ozone Secretariat in collaborating and coordinating with other relevant conventions. And we also hope that one day we will also get ice creams. Delegates, you will see that we have a full agenda and much work ahead of us. Let us work together to get through our business efficiently. I would now like to hand over the floor to my co-chair, Ralph. Ralph.
The agenda. The provisional agenda is contained in document 46/1 Rev 1 and the annotated agenda in document 46/1 Add 1. I would like to see if delegates wish to make changes or add items to the provisional agenda. If delegates have any specific issues to be discussed under agenda item 6D or any other issues, or under agenda item 14, other matters. Item 6D is any other issues under the presentation of the TEEP progress report. And the purpose of that agenda item is to allow parties to raise any issues of importance that coming directly from the TEEP report. And that's worthwhile to mention and are not adequately covered in the agenda. Raising such issues at this time will enable both the parties and the TEEP to be better prepared for the discussions when we come to those agenda items. Agenda item 14 is on other matters, under which any other matters that are not raised from the TEEP report may be put forward by a party and request that delegates will raise them now. So I would like to hear from parties here in the room what kind of items they would like to add to 6D, any other issues related to the TEEP report, and agenda item 14, other matters. Please clearly indicate under which agenda item you would like to add them. Please, who would like to take the floor on this? I see Kyrgyzstan is requesting for the floor. Kyrgyzstan, please.
Chairman,
Мы выступаем в
we
первый
are
раз и хотели бы
speaking the
поблагодарить
first time, and we wish to
правительство
take this
Канады
opportunity
за
to
прекрасную
thank the
организацию нашего рабочего
Canadians
совещания.
for the excellent organization of
Что
today's
касается
of this conference.
внесения новых
Turning
пунктов в
to
повестку
the
дня,
agenda item,
Кыргызстан хотел бы включить
other matters,
вопрос
Kyrgyzstan
о
would like to add
предотвращении
the question
нежелательного
on
импорта
preventing the
неэнергоэффективного
undesirable
оборудования
import of non-energy
в пункте
effective
14 вопросов. 14
substance
вопросов.
14 under
Спасибо.
AOB. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyrgyzstan. Could you once repeat, so we can hear it once again? On the agenda item 4, 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 agenda item 4.
Внести на рассмотрение нашего рабочего совещания вопрос об избежании нежелательного импорта неэнергоэффективного оборудования.
Equipment,
внести соответствующий проект
and
документов
to
для рассмотрения
introduce
участников
this item for the
совещания.
consideration of the parties. Thank you.
Thank you. I now clearly understood it. United States, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Let us just start by thanking the Secretariat for all their work in preparation for the meeting, and also to congratulate and thank our co-chairs for their taking on this leadership role to guide the discussions for us this year. It's very much appreciated. Sorry, it's just a minor matter of clarification. When I hear you reading off the numbers of the agenda items, they are not matching. So I kind of think I see what you have done, but could you please clarify specifically when you're talking about numbers of agenda items, they do not appear to me to match what I have in 46/1/Rev1. I'm figuring it out, of course, so not a big deal, but it would actually be helpful to know exactly what the numbering is we're working off of. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, we were already jumping a little bit ahead by the revised agenda. It means that 6D is any other issues related to the TEEP report. And then other matters is 11. So that's already done because the buses are already covered in it. So that's one of the reasons. So are there any other requests for the floor? I don't see any other requests for the floor. So there is, let's say, the proposal of Kyrgyzstan, and that's dealing with illegal import of equipment under agenda item, let's say, 11. Which will become 14 later on. And so is that acceptable to include it on the agenda and then adopt the agenda? Then the agenda is adopted. Sorry. Once again, I will continue with agenda item 2B, organization of work. I would like to turn to agenda item 2B, organization of work, and discuss the order and timing on the whole agenda. On the screen, you can see the proposed order of our work that we just adopted. And we also make the changes in the agenda by, let's say, replacing the business with regular numbers. Right after the organization of work, we will start with agenda item 3, presentations of TEEP and SAP, followed by question and answer session, and the discussion of each of the sub-items. And we hope to get through that by lunch today. After lunch, we take up agenda item 4 on life cycle refrigerant management, and that will be followed by item 5 on atmospheric monitoring of controlled substances. And we will expect that will take us to the end of this day. Tomorrow morning, we continue with agenda item 6 on the presentation of the TEEP 2024 progress report. And we go through all the subjects that are listed over there. And we expect that it will be take us the whole morning, and then we would move to item 6 or item 7 on climate-friendly alternatives for metered-dose inhalers. And then we are around lunchtime. After lunch, we'll move to agenda item 8 on future availability of halons. And then consider agenda item 9 on possible compliance deferral for Article 5 Group 2 parties. Giving also TEEP the opportunity to present its report on technology review. Then we will take up agenda item 10, strengthening Montreal Protocol institutions, including combating illegal trade. And then we will end for that day, and there will be a reception later on. Looking at the slide for Wednesday, we expect to begin the day with the consideration of agenda item 11, potential changes to the reporting form on HFC 23. And then we move to agenda item 12, the proposal by Cuba for additional funding to support countries affected by COVID-19. Followed then by the agenda item on other matters. You can see on the screen what is the following order. As we get through all the substantive agenda items, we will establish contact groups and informal groups as necessary. And if all goes planned, then some of the Wednesday afternoon and most of the Thursday and Friday can be allocated to a meeting of those groups. and we reconvene in plenary as needed. As always, there are a lot of agenda items on to deal with, and we have to be prudent with our time. So take that in mind as well. And consistent with our practice, we will ensure that none of the contact groups and informal groups meet simultaneously. On Friday, when all the work on all the substantive agenda items have been completed, we will adopt a report of the meeting and then move to the closure of the meeting at the end. Now, a few housekeeping matters. The morning sessions will run from 10 to 1 p.m. and the afternoon sessions from 3 till 6. As our usual practice, and we did it today, we will be starting all sessions on time. And we would like to ask the delegates to be in the conference room before 10 a.m. for the morning session and before 3 p.m. in the afternoon. During the lunch breaks and in the evenings there will be quite some side events, and we would like to encourage you to participate whenever possible. The timings of the plenary and the group meetings will be projected on the plenary screen after every session and announced on the screens around the venue and in the meeting portal. So keep an eye on them. Last year, the OSN Secretariat developed a simple and easily accessible app, and I hope you have it downloaded. You can access through the app all the meeting information, daily schedule documents, and the streaming of the plenary sessions. And the users of the app will receive a notification on any changes to the schedule and urgent matters. For booking meeting rooms, please direct any request to Abiodun Didoni, and he sits on the left. So please contact him. The email is indicated on the screen and in the meeting information page of the meeting portal. Regarding the conference room papers, please submit them in electronic form as soon as possible to Mrs. Liazat Rabiosi, and she's sitting here on my left. And Liazat's email is also indicated on the screen and in the meeting portal. Please bear in mind, as usual, we have some constraints with translation. Any CRP submitted before the lunch break on Thursday would be translated and made available in the 6 official UN languages. After that time, documents will be only made available in English or in any other UN language of submission. If you need any help or information, please seek assistance from the OSN Secretariat Help Desk located outside the meeting hall on this floor. So this is the end of organizational matters, and I would thank you for listening, and I would ask if there are any requests for the floor, and I see Bahrain is asking for the floor. Bahrain, please. Bahrain, please. Bahrain, please. Bahrain, please. Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to congratulate the co-chair for chairing this meeting, and I'm confident that we are going to be in good hands. I would like to thank the Secretariat for the excellent preparation for this meeting, as well as preparing all the documents on the portal. I would also like to extend my thanks to the government of Canada. I have no objection. I only have a point that I would like to tell you that from the left part of the hall we cannot see the screen, so we cannot see anything on the screens, and therefore if you can please put the presentations on both projectors on both sides of the hall. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you by raising it, and I think it will be fixed in a moment, that in both sides there could be the information on the screen, or is that not possible? One moment. 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 One moment.
To kind of try to swap, you know, from time to time so that not one side is looking at the camera all the time or the agenda all the time. But at your request, we are very happy to change that plan and make sure that we have the agenda item slides posted on both screens. Thank you.
Are there any other requests for the floor? And it will be fixed, let's say, I hope so, as soon as possible. But I think it's good to continue. I don't see any other requests for the floor, so I would like to hand over to my co-chair, Miruza.
Consider agenda item 3 on the presentation by the TEEP and the SEP on the following issues. 3A, very short-lived substances. B, feedstock uses of controlled substances. And emissions of carbon tetrachloride. The discussions of these issues will be held under the sub-items of agenda item 3 after the presentation. I would like to invite the members of the TEEP and the SEP to come up to the podium to present to us their key findings. And as they make their way to the podium, let me mention that the addendum to the note by the Secretariat, which is document 46/2, Ed 1, includes summaries of these issues, and the full reports are contained in the relevant parts of the TEEP 2024 Progress Report, which is available on the meeting portal. The exact references can also be seen on the screen. I thank the TEEP and the SEP for their hard work, and now I would like to give the floor to them for their presentation. And after the presentation, I will open the floor for a brief question and answer session before the substantive discussion under the sub-items.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for the delay. Thank you very much. I'm here to talk about the contributions that the SAP provided to TEEP in our collaborative efforts to respond to these 3 decisions related to short-lived substances, feedstock uses, and carbon tetrachloride. I'm here to speak not for, but on behalf of the co-chairs of the SAP, and I also want to mention that there are a number of contributors to mention who also added to what we're showing here: Matt Rigby, Luke Western of the UK, and the NOAA and A-Gauge data providers. So before I begin, I'd just like to start with an overview related to Decision 6 on short-lived substances, to just contrast, use this figure, this schematic that was included in the SAP's 2022 report, contrasting long-lived ozone-depleting substances on the left side of the figure with the very short-lived substances to highlight the differences and the difficulties and the challenges associated with understanding the influence of short-lived substances on the ozone layer compared to long-lived substances, where the short-lived substances, for long-lived substances, well mixed, what we measure at the surface is a good indication of the amount of chlorine and bromine, ozone-depleting halogen, that reaches the stratosphere and that interacts with stratospheric ozone. Whereas for short-lived substances on the right side, you can see that there's many more processes involved that influence the efficiency with which those emissions reach the stratosphere. So what gets measured at the surface isn't as relevant to or as directly relatable to what makes it to the stratosphere. That process is dependent on a number of different factors that have large uncertainties related to the chemistry, mixing, and transport processes. And the removal of a good fraction, a large fraction of those emissions in the troposphere before that halogen reaches the stratosphere. So given that backdrop with respect to the difficulties associated with short-lived substances and estimating their impacts in the ozone layer, we go to the SAP input to decisions input to the decision number 6 related to short-lived substances, to point out the fact that the existing information on ODPs specifically for short-lived substances is collated in the annex to the 2022 SAP report and essentially remains unchanged. And although we do realize there's new information becoming available, that new information will be updated, in particular in the annex to the 2026 assessment report. Second, in relation to both decisions 35.6 and 35.8 related to short-lived substances and feedstock emissions, SAP was able to update the emission history for dichloromethane, or DCM, thanks to the input from the NOAA and A-gauge measurement communities and the modeling efforts of those Luke Western and Matt Rigby that I mentioned. This figure of emissions is included in the ozone assessment report from 2022, but what is new here are the 2 additional emission years, the 2 years worth of emissions in 2021 and 2022. And you can see that the emissions in those most recent years, updated here, with the numbers specifically included in Table 5.3 of the TEEPS report, are slightly, they extend the record of what's been measured and interpreted in the past. Similarly, for carbon tetrachloride, NOAA and A-gauge measurement records were updated and emissions derived over time to add 2 new points to this figure that shows the emissions of carbon tetrachloride over time as derived from those records. And this information is included in Table 5.21 of the TEEP updated report. And so that concludes the substantive updates from the SAP community that then you'll learn a lot more about in the TEEP presentation, and you will see in the TEEP report that are more directly relevant to, or additionally relevant to, those direct decisions and the requests for information in them. Thank you.
Some feedstocks and byproducts have non-feedstock uses or have emissions from banks of rack HP equipment or from foams, which can prevent direct comparison of estimates of annual global emissions from feedstock production and use with estimates from atmospheric observations. Comparison was made of estimates of annual global emissions of controlled substances based on bottom-up calculations, where these could reasonably be made with currently available data, and annual global emissions estimated by the Science Assessment Panel based on atmospheric observations taken from the 2022 SAP Assessment Report and other agreed sources. Bottom-up calculations were made using emissions factors for production, feedstock production, supply chain and feedstock use, developed by the MCTOC in its 2022 assessment report. Most likely emission factors were applied to the amount of production for each substance. With the available data, substances selected for comparison are those listed here on the slide. The results of the comparisons of estimated annual global emissions are summarised on this slide. For several substances, such as 1,1,1-trichloroethane and CFC-113, there's reasonable agreement between bottom-up calculations and top-down estimates, although, according to SAP, top-down emission estimates for CFC-113 may have some small contribution from CFC-113A that is not yet well characterised. For some substances, such as CFC-114, HCFC-124, and HCFC-133A, there are differences between bottom-up calculations and top-down emission estimates. In some cases, possible reasons for these differences have been proposed. Emissions of HCFC-124 intermediate from HFC-125 production appear to make a significant contribution to total HCFC-124 emissions. Over 90% of reported HCFC-133A emissions are suggested to be due to emissions of intermediate HCFC-133A from the production of HFC-134A. However, for at least one substance, and the example being here, Halon 1301, a representative bottom-up calculation was not considered possible with the data currently available to TEEP. For example, for the feedstock use of Halon 1301 in fipronil production, the most likely emission factors that MCTOC have developed are not considered applicable, and adequate operational information is not available to better characterise the emission factor for this process. The Fire Suppression Technical Options Committee will discuss Halon 1301 emissions more in the progress report presentation. Regarding alternatives to feedstock uses of controlled substances, MCTOC has reviewed and updated the list of available alternatives to ODS feedstock together with including alternatives to HFC feedstock use. The list of alternatives to ODS feedstock uses has not changed significantly. Additional information on technical feasibility, economic viability, safety and sustainability is provided for large-scale feedstock uses. The outcome of the review indicates only a few technically and commercially possible alternatives to the controlled substance feedstocks currently used have been identified, and these alternatives do not cover all of those controlled substances. Those that are available are likely to require significant economic and/or technical hurdles to be overcome to be able to compete with or replace existing processes, equipment and supply chains that use controlled substance feedstocks. The absence of switching production to alternative, non-controlled substance feedstocks suggests that in many cases these hurdles do not make them attractive. Now we turn to Decision 35.9 on abating emissions of carbon tetrachloride. MCTOC has updated its global emissions estimations for carbon tetrachloride from industrial activity. MCTOC estimates global CTC emissions for 2022 from CTC production, handling, supply chain and use from non-chloromethanes production, legacy emissions from landfill, industrial and contaminated sites, and from some new unknown industry sources that have been reported but that are not yet fully characterised, and that those estimates total around 30 kilotonnes and between the range of 17 to 48 kilotonnes based on uncertainties. SAP estimates top-down global CTC emissions for 2022 from A-gauge data to be 43.6 kilotonnes with uncertainty plus or minus 14.1 kilotonnes, and from NOAA data to be 33.8 kilotonnes with uncertainty plus or minus 14.2 kilotonnes. Within the range of these uncertainties, the bottom-up and top-down global emissions estimates for CTC are now in general agreement. MCTOC, and SAP for that matter, will continue to review possible sources to refine its bottom-up estimates for its 2026 assessment report. The methodology for estimating bottom-up emissions of CTC is based on the SPARC report from 2016 and as outlined also in the Sherry et al. Paper from 2018, which you'll see listed in the notes to the slides that have been posted on the portal. And these using available updated information on CTC pathways, reported production and use, and estimated emission factors. Examples of potential and existing alternatives to current CTC feedstock uses to make products are available in the report in response to Decision 35.7, which we've just covered. CTC usage is quite specific in its main feedstock applications. Available alternatives are not as technically and/or economically feasible. Regarding best practices are available for minimising emissions from feedstock production, by-production and use, including for carbon tetrachloride, and are summarised here on this slide. Best practices have been reported and are detailed further in the 2022 MCTOC assessment report, the 2023 and 2024 TEEP progress reports, and this information remains unchanged. As some concluding remarks, TEEP has reviewed all the available information on chlorinated very short-lived substances, feedstock uses, and carbon tetrachloride. For carbon tetrachloride and dichloromethane, bottom-up and top-down emissions estimates are generally in good agreement within the uncertainties. And for feedstock uses, where there are differences, these are explored and/or explained. Any further information provided by parties or other information that becomes available will be reviewed and included for the 2026 assessment. Thank you for your attention.
And on behalf of all the parties, I would like to thank the TEEP and the SAP once again for their hard work, and excellent reports containing extremely useful and valuable information. Now, I would like to open the floor for clarification questions and answers for about 15 minutes before we embark on a general substantive discussion on each of the sub-items. I now open the floor for your clarification questions, and once again, not on sub-items. So please wait with raising specific issues for discussion on those sub-items until we get to them. I open the floor.
Madame la coprésidente, tout d'abord, je voudrais
you, Madam
remercier
Chair.
le secrétariat
First, I
pour
would like to
l'organisation
thank the
de
Secretariat
cette réunion
for organizing
et
this
toute la
meeting
documentation
and providing
qui a été développée
all the
afin d'aider les
documents
parties
that have
à
been
comprendre
drafted
les sujets
to assist the
que nous
parties
allons
in
aborder durant cette
understanding
réunion.
the
J'aimerais
topics
aussi
we'll be
accueillir
covering during
tous
the
les
meeting, and I
délégués
also want
au
to
Canada.
welcome
C'est
all
toujours un
delegations
plaisir
to Canada.
d'avoir une réunion du
Always a
protocole de
pleasure
Montréal
to
à Montréal.
host a meeting of the
J'ai quelques
protocol
questions que je
in
vais
Montreal.
poser
I
en
do
anglais
have a few
pour que ce soit
questions
clair
which
pour
I'll
les
pose in
membres
English, so
du
these will
SAP
be
et
clear
du
for
TIP.
all members of the SAP and the TEEP.
Thank you very much for your reports. The quadrennial assessments covered, quite extensively these issues, but it's always useful to have some updated or some additional bits of information that helps us to understand these issues better. We have two questions regarding very short-lived substances. Substances. That we should be aware of and perhaps could be looked at in the future. Now, with respect to the information provided on alternatives, we noted reference to previous reports from the Solvent Technical Options Committee, some of them dating back to 20 to 25 years, and we heard the information may not have changed that much since then. We're going to address that issue a little bit later in our comments, but we just wanted to know if the TEEP would feel that it would be useful still to have some information, maybe some more recent information from parties that have information, that have adopted alternatives since 2002 to some of these substances. If you feel, no, you have sufficient information, there's no need for parties to provide additional experiences they have, or perhaps that's something that could be of use for future report or for the quadrennial assessment. That would be interesting to know, because we think there are a number of parties that have adopted measures regarding these substances over the past 20 years, and they may have information on alternatives. Then with respect to feedstock, we noted since 2020 that there's been those new emission factors, revised emission factors. As far as we understand, they apply for the production of feedstock, but they apply for the production of controlled substances generally, irrespective of whether they're used for feedstock or not. I guess I'm talking about particularly the factors that relate to the production, transport, and distribution. Do we assume that these would apply fairly equally to all production, including production of HFCs, which are not used for feedstock. So that's just a clarification or confirmation that we're looking for from the team. So I hope my questions are clear, but if not, I'm happy to rephrase them. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I will collect a few more questions before giving the floor to TEEP to respond. Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you. 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 This document. I just want to highlight that I appreciate the work and hard work of the SAB and TIEB for giving us the update information about this one. And as you know, I have just two questions, one in relation to the best practice and one in the slide that we are in concluding that. I just want to ask a clarification from, say, if the CTC transport-related emission are included. I think that this is a very important issue, that if a country X send their feedstock to another country, how that it's been, transportation is being reflected here, because there is some countries are transporting their emissions, or their feedstock, sorry, to that one. On the best practice, is the industry rationalization through consolidation of production of substance using controlled substance or feedstock being helpful, or how you look to that element and perspective of this best practice happening in the global now? So I think that's as a general statement, and when we go to subtext, I will go again to ask more deep question. Thank you very much.
EU.
Yeah, thank you, madam. 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 Well, and yes, of course, the TIEB for all the work you have done on this, and it provides a lot of food for thought. And we also have a few questions to start off. On the very short-lived substances, and that also is a bit a question for the feedstock, it seems that you would be, well, you said that in your presentation also that you're relying on publicly available information and industry experts. So a little bit in the same vein as my Canadian colleague, said, so would further information from parties on this help you in this work, in looking into these subjects further? That would be a first general question. A more detailed question is, we read in the report that the solvent use of dichloromethane is going down. Why is this the 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 on feedstock, in particular, we were interested to read that one-way cylinders is a source of emissions. So we were wondering how common the use of one-way cylinders is in the production of feedstock and the distribution related to it. So that seems to be a very big source of emissions that we'd like to understand how relevant that is in the feedstock production. And then maybe more particularly on the CTC issue, and we read also that going forward there is an issue because of production of, in particular, HFOs as alternatives, that we will be using carbon tetrachloride as a feedstock alternative there, where we don't seem to have much other alternatives. So it will certainly lead to a higher use of CTC and related emissions. So we'd be interested if the TIEB already could give us an idea what they would expect due to the use of HFOs, HCFOs in the future, what that would mean for carbon tetrachloride feedstock production and related emissions, also in terms of the climate, because CTC has a 100-year global warming potential of 1,730, which is of course rather high. So what would that mean for emissions related to HFO productions for the climate effects? Thank you.
We have United States and Bahrain. United States, you have the floor. You have the floor. You have the floor. You have the floor. You have the floor.
Just to express our appreciation to the SAP and to the TEEP for their always excellent reports that I think are quite informative. We actually had several questions, but they've already been taken up by other members. So I think there's just one item that we wanted to follow up on, and I think this would be a question for the TEEP. But we were particularly interested in how some of the estimates for, I guess the bottom-up estimate, that there have been some changes there. And I think in particular with relation to the emissions factors that are used, I think in the production of CTC for feedstock uses. So maybe it's just a request to the TEEP, if they could go into a little bit more detail on what has changed there. So I think that change, it may originate with some changed guidance in the UNFCCC that relates to emissions from industrial facilities. And so so our understanding is it's a fairly significant increase in the estimated emissions from feedstock facilities, and that's part of what has closed sort of the gap between the bottom-up and the top-down estimates. So maybe it's just a request if the TEEP could go through that in a bit more detail, and then maybe provide any sort of information on how those estimates are applied. So is it just a general estimate of emissions from feedstock production? Is it a different estimate for, CTC as compared to HCFC 22 or different classes of substances? Are the emissions factors different depending on the geographical, the geography of where the plants are located? Or is there any variation, say, like are there plants that are much tighter and emit less? Are there best practices that can reduce, that the emission factor would be lower for a well-run tight plant? Or is the emission factor just sort of a bulk estimate applied sort of across the board to all plants, irrespective of sort of how they're run and where they're located, that type of thing. So I'll leave it there. Thanks again for the report, very helpful, and appreciate any clarification on that one additional question.
Arabia, but if you could wait, I would now give the floor to TEEP and the SAP to respond the questions. TEEP, you have the floor. 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 You have the floor.
I won't listen to myself. I'll try and start, and then I'll defer to my colleagues for adding any other information that I might not cover. Okay, so first we had Canada asking us about the rationale for why we looked at the 5 chlorinated very short-lived substances. As we outlined in the report, it was kind of perhaps twofold reason. One, because of the high volume, and one of those 5 substances also has a very major impact on ozone depletion, well, relatively speaking, out of those very short-lived substances, which is dichloromethane. So that, which is why the SAP kind of provided us updated information on that, because that's one of their focuses, is the dichloromethane, because out of the very short-lived substances, it's the dichloromethane that perhaps has the highest emissions and impact. So, so we also chose those 5 chlorinated very short-lived substances because we have information available for those substances. You know, as we said, this information isn't reported anywhere, so we have to get publicly available information or have information available through our industry experts. And because these are very high volume substances, there is publicly available information. For trivial kind of very short-lived substances, we might not be able to find that sort of information. I think that covers off on that. Oh, yes, in terms of whether we can have more help on information, the answer is yes. If parties have information on quantities of very short-lived substances being produced, we would definitely appreciate receiving that and including that in our 2026 assessment report. And information on alternatives. You asked whether there was sufficient information there, and again, you know, we always welcome information from parties so that we can include it in our quadrennial assessments. I think there was a question from Canada about the feedstock emission factors and whether we include, well, I think it was, yes, we include production, transport, distribution, supply chain in our emissions estimates, and we also include, in an additive way, emissions from feedstock use, because that's kind of the next process where you would get emissions. So it's not just the feedstock production, it's the feedstock use as well. And do we include HFCs too in those emission? Oh, that's right, there was that question about, in fact, there are a couple of questions about the emission factors, so maybe I'll take the US one at the same time. You know, there was a question about there are different substances, how do you estimate these things? Of course, all of these substances have different properties, you know, they're used in different ways, there are different facilities across the world. There are HFCs, there are HCFCs, there are, you know, so we're looking at things across the board. And what was I going to say? So when we came up with those most likely emission factors, we took into account the range of possibilities, the range of whether it's modern or historic type facilities. And that information about how we went about that is included in the 2022 assessment report and in this report. But we do look at the age of plants, whether they're modern, and it is across the board. So it is an average. For the CTC, for example, if we need to kind of drill into a particular substance and understand emission factors from its use, you know, we might apply a different emission factor because we need to in that circumstance. But when we're trying to provide you with generalised information, we would use the most likely emission factors. In the CTC analysis, we used industry information, published reports to refine those emission factors specifically for CTC, and I hope that makes sense. Do you want to say anything else? All right, so that was emission factors. Kuwait asked about transport related. I think I covered that. Yes, we do include transport emissions in the emission factors. And you also asked about industry rationalisation, which Nick will cover. Nick Campbell, MCTOC member, sorry.
rationalisation is an interesting question, because what we're actually seeing in the fluorocarbon industry is very much a consolidation of production. And to answer your question, as such, the plants are, or the manufacturing facilities are becoming a lot bigger. And as such, the best practice is being transferred onto these facilities, because they are handling considerably larger tonnages of the feedstocks and such like. And clearly, economically, they do not want to lose any of the product that they possibly can, and hence the best practices are transferred onto the larger plants. And we have seen that globally, and in particular in the new facilities, a lot of which are in Article 5 countries. We were asked the question from the EU about one-way cylinders. Well, to my knowledge, I have no knowledge of one-way cylinders being used to transport products for feedstock. If you have any, we're grateful for that information. What you tend to get in feedstock applications is the product is either piped from the manufacturing facility of the feedstock into the facility that it's going to be used as a feedstock for production of another chemical, or it is transferred in large 18, 20-ton tankers, which is why we have included information in the emission factors of the emissions that are likely when you transfer the product into the tankers. The smallest feedstock transfers I have ever seen were in the large 45-gallon drums, but I do not believe that continues anymore, because the processes are so big. So if you have information on one-way cylinders being used for feedstock, I'm both concerned and would very much appreciate any information you've got on that. The US asked a question about the guidelines and the change for the fluorinated industry emission factors. What we have done is we have incorporated the guidelines from IPCC for the reporting factors and for the emissions from fluorinated production. And I should say that that was very much influenced by a major report that the USA EPA produced just before the last version of the IPCC guidelines were produced. And in fact, those guidelines for the basic tier of reporting actually were 4% emissions from production, and that's what was incorporated. I should say that was the basic tier of reporting, and of course that did not include if you had incineration or such like on the plants. The basic tier was 4%, but that was incorporated into our thinking. For CTC, there was also some expert information included from some of our experts globally on what they knew the emissions to be they measured or be they calculated from some of the global plants for CTC. Thank you.
About CTC used as feedstock for HFOs production and what we might expect in terms of trends for HFOs and what that might mean for CTC production. And the short answer is predicting the future volumes of CTC required for HFOs is a very uncertain exercise. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Or Nick might want to say something, 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 want to say something.
Normally make market predictions, because that is not something that TIAB does. I think the only other comment I wanted to make was on the comment on expert information on the VSLS. As you said, we would welcome expert information on the VSLS, but I think we can take it a bit further than that, because we have virtually no experts on the uses of VSLS on the MCTOC committee, because they are not compounds that have actually been controlled under the Montreal Protocol. So if parties have experts on the uses of the VSLS and the alternatives to the chlorinated VSLS, then we would welcome interaction with those experts, because it will help us build our knowledge and provide you with a more thorough assessment in the 2026 assessment. Thank you.
Senegal and India, and with that I would like to close the list, and now I would like to give the floor to Bahrain.
شكرا سيدة الرئيس المشارك وأشكر أيضا MCTOC والساب على هذا التقرير الممتاز جدا والذي عرض الكثير من المعلومات. وأنا أود أن أسأل امتداد لما تقدمت به بعض الأطراف في شأن المواد قصيرة الأجل، حيث أيضا تم السؤال عن سبب استخدام والإشارة إلى 5 مواد فعلية رغم عدم الإبلاغ عن هذه المواد من قبل الدول باعتبار أنها مواد غير خاضعة للرقابة في الأساس، واعتمد التقرير على معلومات من الخبراء والصناعيين وبعض الدول الأخرى لعرض هذه الأرقام. واستفساري بالتحديد كيف لنا أن نعرف حقيقة تأثير الفعلي لهذه المواد على طبقة الأوزون بالخصوص، حيث
of those substances on the ozone layer. We understand from the report, which has been presented by the experts, that the emissions are not limited to those 5 VSLS. So how can we understand the future effect of VSLS? We do not understand yet the effect of substances that are not presently or currently controlled and reported on. So can we have more clarifications on this subject? This is very important to us as parties and countries. Additionally, I would like to talk about feedstock uses. Over the 10 past
حساب نسبة زيادة بنسبة 66%
من
هذه المواد الوسيطة. واستفساري هل هذا هل دراسة توصلت أنه من الممكن أن تكون هناك زيادة مضطردة في المستقبل بنفس الأساس، أو هناك خصوصية لهذه 10 سنوات حيث تم رصد 66% من هذه الزيادة؟ والقصد أن هل هذه الزيادة ستكون مضطردة أيضا لو تمت البحث أو تم البحث عنها في المستقبل، أم أنها فقط خاصة بال10 سنوات الماضية بحيث أن هناك خصوصية لهذه ال10 سنوات مما أنتج زيادة كبيرة بنسبة 66% لتلك المواد الوسيطة؟ وشكرا سيدة الرئيس.
Présidente, la délégation du Sénégal prend la parole pour la première fois. On souhaiterait remercier le Canada pour l'organisation de cette session ici à Montréal et aussi le secrétariat pour cette organisation bien faite et toutes les facilités qui ont été accordées pour que nous obtenions déjà un visa qui n'est pas très évident. et de participer à cette réunion.
Are grateful
On
for the
souhaiterait
opportunity to
aussi
participate in today's
féliciter
meeting.
le
We also
TIAP et le
wish
SAP
to
pour le
thank
travail
the
très bien
SAP
fouillé.
and the TIAP for their
Nous
excellent
restons aussi
work.
avec quelques questions,
And we do have some
surtout en
questions
relation
to
avec
pose, specifically
les autres
related
conventions
to other
internationales
international
sur le climat,
conventions
sur,
related to the
sur
climate.
les feedstocks du
On
CTC.
the CTC
Notre
feedstock.
question est relative aussi
Our
à ce
question
que
also
Bahreïn
has to
vient de
do
poser sur les
with what
5
Bahrain has mentioned about the
sur les 5 substances de durée, courte durée de vie. Bon, le français c'est un peu compliqué. C'est SLS. Donc sur ces substances-là, surtout par rapport aux quantités qui sont engagées et qui continuent à augmenter d'année en année. Sur les feedstocks, sur les CTC aussi, qui est relativement lié au climat, on souhaiterait aussi avoir beaucoup plus d'informations, surtout sur les facteurs d'émission. Bon, dans les réponses faites aux États-Unis, je pense qu'il a été mentionné qu'on a utilisé les données des industries et certaines publications, mais il y a aussi des PCC. On voulait être sûr que les lignes directrices de PCC ont été appliquées, sinon, puisque les CTC nous incombe, est-ce qu'il ne fallait pas aussi mener nos propres recherches relatives à l'ozone? Sur le EDC, aussi par rapport à la production de PVC, qui est l'une des substances plastiques les plus importantes aujourd'hui dans le monde. Il y a la nouvelle convention, je l'appelle nouvel accord international legally binding sur le plastique à venir. Donc, le lien de la continuation de cette augmentation par rapport au plastique. Et c'est le lieu donc de relever la synergie entre les autres conventions internationales, je veux citer le climat et le futur accord sur le plastique. Je vous remercie.
Agreement, think 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 agreement, think.
Good morning, everybody. As this delegation is taking the floor for the first time, we would like to thank the Government of Canada for hosting the meeting and the Executive Secretary, Ozone Secretariat, and her team for the timely documentation for this meeting. We would like to thank the SAP and the team for the very informative presentations. We would like to have a clarification from the co-chair on whether a detailed clarification on each of the 3 issues can be sought now, or is there going to be a substantial discussion on each item separately?
Discussed later on after this item. And is that it?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And now, from Bahrain and Senegal. Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the esteemed delegate from Bahrain about short-lived substances, very short-lived substances, and what other substances might there be out there that we're not getting information about. I would emphasize that the SAP is reliant on the observational community to supply information about other short-lived chlorinated and brominated gases in the atmosphere and their distribution. And certainly this list here that we're talking about and have been talking about within the assessments focuses on those likely to contribute the most substantial amounts. There may be others that also contribute. If we look at the tables in the appendix, those chemicals likely have even shorter lifetimes and are likely to be even smaller contributors. But we will continue to look and update the scientific information as more becomes available from the observational communities. I would also just reflect on the issue of market predictions and projections. SAP doesn't do that either, but in Chapter 7 of the scientific assessment, there are scenarios that attempt to consider different ranges of future use of things like feedstocks that may be relevant, and their influence on ozone depletion and ozone recovery that may be relevant for parties to consider as they're wondering about future changes in these uses over time and how they could influence both ozone and climate. Thank you.
So just following up some of the questions related to whether the trends in feedstock uses, just going back to the issue of, you know, how we can predict the future. As the SAP just indicated, you can do, of course, hypothetical scenarios, but you know, one of the worst things that we could do is make a prediction and then have that not transpire, and this body taking decisions based on, you know, a suggestion from us in 2024 of what might happen in 2030, and that doesn't come to be. So when we say we don't do market trends, you know, we can make some guesses that HFOs will require CTC feedstock for their production, and that might increase, but what the quantity of that might be is hard to predict. Okay. Then there was another question wanting further clarification about the emission factors and our interaction with other treaties. And perhaps I could just clarify, as Nick Campbell elaborated, the emission factors from the IPCC for production emissions don't include incineration, but they are currently at 4%. When the MCTOC looked at that, we wanted to have an emission factor that included you know, the range of industrial operational practices, and that often includes incineration. So our most likely emission factor, taking into account you know, distribution and losses, the conversion process and production, comes to 3.6%. So there's not much difference really in those emission factors, but you know, and we also provide a range of emission factors, because what might apply in one country it might not apply in another. Okay. Did you want to say something about the plastics?
Being done in the scientific community on measuring emissions, and in particular looking at local emissions from chemical plants. And I know there has been a recent study done in the Netherlands where they are studying the emissions from a HCFC 22 unit that is actually going to be published soon, and that was measuring at the fence the actual emissions that they were getting. So this work will be published, and clearly we will incorporate any of this work in our future reports.
Would now like to close the Q&A session. And once again, I would like to thank TIP and TAP for their outstanding work. And you may now go back to your seats. But please be alert in case we need to seek your clarification on any issues. So as mentioned before, we will now deal with the sub-items. And first, we will deal with the agenda item 3A on very short-lived substances. And we all just heard the TIP's presentation on the issue of VSLS, which is reflected in its 2024 progress report. The references are listed on the slide that you can see on the screen as well. And I would like to open the floor now for a discussion on this sub-item. Delegates, you may wish to make general statements and interventions, and the floor is open. India, are you asking for the floor? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Madam Co-Chair, the VSLS are not controlled under the Montreal Protocol, and parties are not required to submit data relating to VSLS. While the report states that information has been obtained from experts and publicly available data, we would like to more understanding on the sources of the information presented in the report. Secondly, the MC Talk stated in the report that VSLS are used as feedstocks, and some of them also have a considerable emissive solvent use. While the use of chloroform in pharma industry have been mentioned, we would like to have more information on emissive uses of VSLS and, if possible, in quantities. Thirdly, in table 5.1, the feedstock uses of various VSLS have been mentioned along with production quantities. We would like to understand the impact of each of these substances in quantitative terms on the stratospheric ozone layer. Madam Co-Chair, we also noted that the VSLS have a lifetime shorter than the 6 months. As per our understanding, the important criteria is the steady state ODP of the substances is much more than 6 months, says around 50 to 100 years. Considering this, we need more understanding from the MC Talk on the effects of the VSLS, particularly dichloromethane on the stratospheric ozone layer. As per our understanding, dichloromethane being chemically reactive and having physical solubility, both these factors act on further shorten its lifetime in the lower atmosphere, due to which much less of the already minuscule substance is available for transport into the stratosphere. Once dichloromethane reaches the stratosphere in even a smaller minuscule quantity, it gets attacked by photosynthesis attack of sunlight. Even thereafter, accurate determination of ODP depends on quantifying the amount of chlorine that dichloromethane delivers to the stratosphere. And this poses a difficulty because transport to the stratosphere may take a year, which is almost double the lifetime of the atmosphere. We would like to have a clarification from the MC Talk on this. While the information on alternatives has been mentioned in section 5.2.3 and table 5.4 of the report, parties would be better informed if detailed mapping of alternatives along with properties against each of the VSLS is done. Additional information on availability, technical feasibility, economic viability, safety, and sustainability of such alternatives will also be useful. Lastly, regarding the increase of emissions, it would be desirable if measures to strengthen the existing national systems and processes for minimizing the emissions are stated rather than adding additional elements to the scope of the Montreal Protocol. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
The floor to TIP. I would now first give the floor to Saudi Arabia, followed by Kenya. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor. 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 Floor.
هي المرة الأولى التي نشارك فيها الحديث اليوم، ولذلك تقدم بالشكر الجزيل لحكومة كندا على استضافتهم المتميزة وللأمانة الأوزون على تنظيمها الرائع وحسن إدارتها لهذه الجلسة. سؤالي حقيقة حول المواد قصيرة أو قصيرة العمر في طبقات الجو العليا. بداية، هذه المواد كما لا يخفى علينا جميعا ليس كل ما ينبعث منها في الجو يصل إلى طبقات الجو العليا، فهناك ظروف من رياح وحرارة ورطوبة وغيرها، ومواد أخرى قد تتفاعل معها في طريقها إلى طبقات الجو العليا، وبالتالي لن يكون تأثيرها كما أشارت إليه بعض التقارير. ولذلك أتمنى من الزملاء الفضلاء في التيب والساب أن يعيدوا النظر في تقييم هذه المواد وفي عمرها الافتراضي وما هي آلية حسابهم للستة أشهر أو أقل. هل هي فعلا 6 أشهر أم أقل؟ وإذا كانت 6 أشهر وهناك آلية لحسابها فلعلهم يخدموننا بقياس المواد الكيميائية الأخرى، سواء التي تخضع لرقابة البروتوكول مونتريال أو التي لا تخضع مثل هذه ال5 المواد المرشحة. إضافة إلى أن تقرير التيب أو ما سمعناه من تقرير التيب والساب بني على احتمالات افتراضية ليست حقائق علمية مبرهنة بدلائل وشواهد معتمدة. يمكن أن تكون ترتفع أو تعلو درجات مصداقية المعلومات إلى ما يمكن أن نبني عليه قرارات تتخذ لجميع دول العالم تسترشد بها وتتقيد بها وتنأى بنفسها عن المادة السابعة من بروتوكول مونتريال ألا وهي مادة عدم الالتزام. هذا ما وددت المشاركة فيه، وشاكرا لكم حسن استماعكم وإتاحة الفرصة لي، وشكرا الوفد السعودي.
Kenya. This delegation is taking the floor. We wish to thank the government of Canada for the hospitality. We also wish to thank the Ozone Secretariat for the well organization of this meeting. Madam Co-Chair, we also thank the TIP and SAP for their reports. This delegation has listened carefully to the presentation that has been made and heard that these very short-lived substances are not controlled under the Montreal Protocol, and they are used as feedstocks for production of other chemicals, yet they are not good for health. Hence, some regions have banned, but other regions have not. This delegation would like to request the TIP and SAP whether they may give us some recommendations on the way forward in dealing with these short-lived substances, and whether in the future they should be controlled under the Montreal Protocol. Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair.
TIP and SAP to respond to India, Saudi Arabia, and Kenya's questions. Thank you.
I must admit I was still walking to my chair when so I missed a lot of the questions that came from the delegate from India, whilst I resettled after the question and answer session. But we would be happy to speak with India bilaterally to answer those questions. But I would also note that we have a quadrennial assessment coming up in 2026, and we can take on board those questions in formulating our report. But I would like to hear what those questions were again, because as I said, I missed half of them. And I think that that response perhaps might respond to some of the other questions as well. That in terms from the TEEP perspective, we'd be happy to receive any information from parties on very short-lived substances that they might provide so that we can incorporate that into the quadrennial assessment and answer any questions that parties might have in that report.
Could you repeat the questions once again? Thank you. 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 Thank you.
We have already emailed. If you want to, then we will again repeat this question.
In that case, could I request the Ozone Secretariat to forward those questions to the chief and then later respond to the India's queries? Thank you. If that is fine with India?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Lesotho, Canada, United States, and Malaysia on my list. First, I would like to give the floor to Lesotho. Lesotho, 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 Lesotho.
Madam Chair, since Lesotho is taking the floor for the first time, let me first of all thank Ozone Secretariat for the excellence organization of the meeting, the government of Canada for the warm welcome. Actually, our point is only on these short-lived substances because, as we have seen several documents, including the SAP, they still have the impact to our actual environment. But we think that we need to have more information and see, even if we are saying no strong impact to the ozone layer, but we want to see how far is this impacting us concerning the environment. Maybe as to give us the highlight or the way on how we can in future see on how we can control these substances. Because we believe as we sustain them or as we still use them for the coming future, the impact we might feel as we are going on, or it might also harm the route we are trying to construct using the Montreal Protocol. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Listening to the additional questions that have been raised, it's evident to us that there continues to be a lot of interest and questioning from parties regarding this issue. So, although we had quite a comprehensive question and answer period with the TEEP and the SAP, I think it points to the fact that perhaps it would be useful to have some additional information on this issue earlier than the 2026 quadrennial assessment. And I know we heard the TEEP mention a number of times that, all these issues could be looked at there. However, that assessment, even though it's a 2026, it's really, only considered by parties in 2027. So, and we're in 2024, so it's quite some time from now. We note that in scientific literature, there's been increasing information about short-lived substances in various scientific publications. One of them, a fairly recent, published last year in Nature by Villamayor et al., is called Very Short-Lived Halogens Amplify Ozone Depletion Trends in the Tropical Lower Stratosphere. And that was published in Nature Climate Change. And in this article, and that kind of reminded us that we forgot to ask a question to the SAP when they were there, but maybe they could take that on, later on. We're trying to reopen the question and answer, but we did have this one question that we forgot to ask. But in this article, the role of very short-lived substances in the long-term tendency of tropical lower stratosphere ozone was revisited using a revised, or what they call a state-of-the-art chemical scheme and emission inventories of halogens, including not just chlorinated substances, but bromine and iodine as well, with a model called the Community Earth System Model. The article notes that the future scenarios considered in the study suggest that by controlling emissions of anthropogenic very short-lived substances, up to 25% of tropical lower stratosphere ozone depletions by the end of the 21st century may be prevented. So we just wanted to first point out this article. We note even that from the article that clearly there's still a very high amount of uncertainty with respect to, definitely linking short-lived substances to depletion of the ozone layer. But still, I think it's an interesting article, and at some point, we would be interested if the SAP could come back to provide us with their opinion of this conclusion in particular. With respect to the work that's been provided by the TEEP and the MC Talk in particular on alternatives to VSLS, we find that that's useful, but we think it would also be useful to have some additional information, perhaps an elaboration of this issue in the 2025 progress report. And we understand that there is a lot of information that was provided in the 1998 and 2002 Solvent Technical Options Committee report, and we looked back to those reports. And I think a lot of the information perhaps could be extracted from there. It's just not clear for us which of those specific applications that are listed in the report apply to the VSLS that we're considering now. And in fact, in that report, the purpose of these reports was to provide alternatives to solvent in the solvent sector to CFCs, CTC, and methylchloroform. And when short-lived substances are referred to, they're actually referred to as alternatives to these substances. So the context is a little bit different. And we note that in the TEEP report itself, it suggested that there should be some prudence that's exercised about the out-of-date recommendations, while the report remain a useful source of information on alternatives. So we would be interested maybe in having a little bit more also of conversation with the TEEP to see what could be possible to provide based on the information that's there, how this information could be extracted and structured in a way where parties get more evident information on alternatives. As I mentioned, we think, and based on the response that we heard from the TEEP earlier, we think that there are some parties that may have some information on alternatives that could be useful to provide. We certainly have some information on dichloromethane alternatives in Canada, some research that was done some time ago, but not as old as the 1998 and 2002 reports that perhaps could be useful. So, we could see perhaps an encouragement to parties that have such information to submit that to the TEEP. And just to say that we're not looking at all the VSLS and all the alternatives for all the applications. We think that we could narrow down the request to those VSLS where there are major emissive users and just focus on this. So we're not looking, we noted that there's a very large amount of feedstock use of these substances. We think, the feedstock issue could be addressed separately. Here we're mainly interested in the emissive uses because those are the ones that potentially have an impact on the ozone layer. Or maybe we can set a threshold of emissions beyond which information could be provided, because there are many substances that are produced in very small amounts and many substances that don't actually have a lot of emissions because they're mostly used in feedstock. So, for instance, we noticed that from the 5 that were listed, only DCM, TCE, trichloroethylene, and PCE, perchloroethylenes, have levels of emissive uses above 100,000 tons. So maybe it's sufficient just to focus on these 3, or maybe even just to focus on DCM. I mean, that's something that we could consider in order to make a realistic and manageable request to the TAP on this issue. One of the things, and this relates to the question we had, we would be interested to know if there are other VSLS that could become of concern, or that are currently of concern, or that could become a concern in the future because potentially increased productions and emissions. We note, for instance, that there's one CF3I that is being considered as an alternative to Halon 1301 in civil aviation. So even though there may not be significant production and emission now, it would be interesting if we could have at least an identification of what are the other VSLSs that are around. Now, it's true that the annex to the 2022 quadrennial assessment of the SAP lists, potentially hundreds of substances, but it's a very huge annex, and it's not always evident which ones are actually VSLS. This is not something that we think should require a lot of work. Probably the information is there, but just to have maybe a simple listing of what the others are, and maybe some information on where they're used if it's available, but not necessarily looking into providing comprehensive information on alternatives or anything to that level. Finally, with respect to the information in the report that's related to the ozone depleting potential and the impact of the ozone layer, we don't feel it's absolutely necessary that additional information be provided about that, but we heard from some delegations that they would welcome such information. We have to acknowledge that there's a lot of uncertainty about the impact of these substances on the ozone layer. I think the SAP quadrennial assessment report was clear that there's an estimate that they contribute about 4% of tropospheric ozone, or of effective equivalent stratospheric chlorine. So that gives an idea. But when the SAP provides information on this impact, it's often provided as the total impact of chlorinated VSLS, and it notes that dichloromethane is the largest contributor of chlorine from those substances. But it's not clear what the relative contributions of these substances are. So we're wondering if some of that information could be disaggregated a little bit, and if in a future report, whether quadrennial assessment or perhaps the next progress report, there could be a table that lists all the VSLS of potential concern to the ozone layer. And again, perhaps here we could agree on a certain thresholds of emissions, indicating for each substance their recent production and consumption levels, their emissions, their ozone depleting potential, if available. Now, we note that many of them don't have ODPs in the SAP report, but there have been various peer-reviewed articles that have tried to arrive at some ranges of ODPs for these substances. So it would be good to have a table that at least provides this information, noting that perhaps they have not been actually endorsed by the SAP, may still be useful information for us to have. And the relative contribution to ozone depletion. the metric for that could be contribution to equivalent effective stratospheric chlorine, or perhaps another metric. That's something that we would be interested also to have a discussion with other parties and the SAP with respect to what would be, the most appropriate and possible metric that could be used with respect to measuring the impact on the ozone layer, particularly when there's no ODP that's been agreed for a particular substance. So all in all, we're thinking about a new decision that would have those 3 or 4 elements. We're interested in having some discussions at the margins today and tomorrow before actually introducing this decision in plenary. So if there are delegates that are interested in talking to us about it, then please reach out to us. And likewise, we'll reach out to the TEEP and the SAP with respect to what we have in mind. Thank you.
The floor to TEEP to respond to these queries, but please also respond to the question from the first set of questions that came also from Kenya. Thank you.
I heard many comments, but not necessarily questions. And in terms of, I think Kenya asked about, well, anyway, look, I'm just a little bit confused about how I should respond here. Sorry. Here, sorry. Here, sorry. Here, sorry. Here, sorry. Here, sorry. Here, sorry.
To deal with under MP. So if you could, yes, TEEP, you have the floor. 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 You have the floor.
Give us a moment to sort through. So just procedurally, I think the confusion stems from the way we organize our discussion is we just had sort of the question and answer session for the TEEP and the SAP, and so we ran through those points. And I think the comment made by Kenya isn't really a question for the TEEP. It's a policy question of whether we as the parties should be taking some type of action to deal with the issues that are raised in their report. And so to us, listen, maybe just zooming out a little bit, I think the information that we've received from the SAP and the TEEP here is quite helpful. I think similar to what other delegations have, listen, we have a lot of commonality with prior interventions. I think what we have the SAP and the TEEP doing is continuing to inform parties of issues that are relevant to protection of the ozone layer and the climate system. India's quite right. These VSLS substances, they're not controlled substances, but that doesn't mean we're not going to pay any attention to them. It just means we as parties have not agreed to take on control obligations that relate to them. But it's actually quite important that the SAP in particular continues their efforts of global monitoring to keep an eye on these substances so that we have some sense of whether there's significant changes that may have impacts on the stratospheric ozone layer. So maybe just to pick up on a couple specific points that were raised, because I think Canada suggested that they have some interest in putting forward a draft decision. Just first to say we would be quite interested to know more about that and to engage on that. I think the key thing for us to do, and I think Canada said this, listen, there's a lot to the VSLS issue. I think we really need to figure out what it is, if we want more information, that we want to focus on. I would say amongst the VSLS, listen, if you look at the last quadrennial assessment report, if you look, for example, at figure ES8, which looks at changes in radiative forcing in alternative scenarios, changes in ozone in alternative scenarios, you know, the alternative scenario that relates to DCM, it's one of the more prominent scenarios that's on the list in terms of potential impacts to the ozone layer. So to us, DCM in particular is of some interest, because I think, yeah, there's a lot of VSLS out there. It's not clear that a lot of them are being used in large volumes, or at least in emissive uses are being used in large volume. So I think to us, we'd be willing to work, you know, in the context, I think, of what Canada proposed, to think, listen, we need to come up with something that, so the SAP and the TEEP already look at this. Every 4 years they report to us. So I think it's the focus on what specifically we want from them that we think is policy relevant to our efforts here, right? And then they inform us. So to India's point, the TEEP and the SAP informing us is just that. We're better informed. Policy measures are only undertaken through proposals by the parties. And just to Kenya's point, that's why we can't ask TEEP to recommend to us what to do. They inform us, and then we as parties, I think, need to figure out what specifically to do. So to us, maybe, I don't know how you want to move forward, co-chair, perhaps getting together in some type of group to talk about some of Canada's proposals. We had some similar ideas. I think their comment on disaggregating, you know, some of the information on VSLSs might be useful. Maybe getting some additional information on regulatory actions or other actions that have already been taken by parties with respect to particular VSLS. So listen, there may be some additional information here that would be useful for us to get, but I would just come back to what I emphasized before. I think we really needs to be focused, narrow, specific to the types of information that we think is most important to get immediately. Because frankly, it's going to be a few years from now, but we will get another general report back in the 2026 quadrennial report. So I think it's a question of really focusing in on what it is that we think in a report perhaps next year the parties would find particularly informative and relevant to our policy discussions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Malaysia, Vanuatu, Russian Federation, EU, and Australia. And with that, I would like to close the list, and then would like to give the floor to Malaysia first. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Since this is the first time I'm taking the floor, on behalf of the Malaysian delegation, I would like to express our gratitude to the government and the people of Canada for their warm welcome. Additionally, congratulations to both co-chairs and our great appreciation to the Ozone Secretariat for their excellent arrangements for the 46 open-ended working group meetings in Montreal, Canada. Co-chair, Malaysia thanks the Technology and Economic Assessment Panel and the Scientific Assessment Panel for their excellent work in preparing and updating the decisions related to the very short-lived substances, feedstock uses of both controlled substances and emissions of carbon tetrachloride. Regarding very short-lived substances, which are not controlled substances under the Montreal Protocol, according to the TEEP report, these chemicals are used primarily as solvents and feedstocks. More than 90% are used as feedstocks, particularly the ethylene dichloride, which is used almost exclusively as a feedstock in the production of vinyl chloride monomer. The productions and consumption of VCM are tied to the demand for PVC, a substantial product used in our daily lives. If these chemicals are further controlled under the protocol, it may result in significant impacts on the industry and economy. Therefore, we expect that the TIP will obtain more information on the feasibility and the viability of alternatives for feedstock production, as well as the potential impacts on both the environment and economy. Malaysia delegation would also like to support the concern made by India. Malaysia has taken note of the presentation and looks forward to participating in any further discussions. Thank you.
And I was just closing the list. China has also requested for the floor, so we'll be including China, and then with that we will close the list as well. Russian Federation, you have the floor. The floor. The floor. The floor. The floor. The floor.
Chair, first and foremost, we wish to thank the TEAP for the very good, concise, and comprehensive at the same time report. The Russian delegation has received all responses in this report to the questions which we had. In our view, the initiative to regulate very short-lived substances does not have any prospects. It does not make sense, and we will try at this point to explain why this does not make sense. The report stated that largely 90 to 100% of these substances are being used as feedstock. What does this mean? This means that at the same factory where they were manufactured, they are used to manufacture other substances, which are then used as waste. And when it comes to emissions in the atmosphere, there are no such emissions here. So what is our purpose? Our purpose is to control those substances which have an impact on ozone depletion, as well as potent emissions in line with the Kigali Amendment. And these are very short-lived substances do not do one or the other, do not have an impact in either of those areas. And the founding fathers of the Montreal Protocol, I wish to recall, it was not without reason that they did not include in a list of controlled substances very short-lived substances. The very name, very short-lived substances, speaks to the fact that they live for a very short period of time in the atmosphere. They simply cannot have an impact on the ozone layer. They do not rise to the level of the stratosphere, and they do not enter into those reactions. And some here refer to the existing articles which allegedly have some where these substances do have an impact. We would recommend a very cautious approach to these articles. There are very different articles that exist, and some are unfortunately made to order. There is a need for completely clear scientific basis as well as a practical basis for a whole group of substances to be brought under the Montreal Protocol. This is a very difficult task to achieve because these substances, as was mentioned, there are many of these substances. There are a great number of these substances, and it will be very difficult to control them, even if we are to imagine that a decision is to be taken, that there is a need for this, and that there's a need to control these substances. It will be very difficult to achieve from the practical standpoint for a party, for a state. And for this reason, we believe that further consideration of this matter is something for which is futile.
EU.
And for the work done by the TEEP, and this time around I will also not forget the SAP. They also contributed to this report, so thanks for that very much. So this is an important topic, and despite the fact that these are short-lived substances, as some have pointed out, we read in the reports that this is becoming an important source of chlorine in the stratosphere, as other substances are reducing, and these substances are still contributing with their emissions. So they do get up to the stratosphere, apparently through circulations, depending also where they're emitted, and they're increasingly, as we read in the quadrennial report, adding to the source of chlorine, which is of course related to the ozone depletion. The dichloromethane appears to be the most relevant substance here, but it's not the only one, so we're interested also to look beyond just dichloromethane. And it was interesting, though, to see, and thanks to the SAP again in the presentation this morning, that this upward trend on the dichloromethane seems to be confirmed by the latest 2 data points that they added to this. So that is interesting to have on our radar. We share the concern of some of these short-lived substances, and we are in our domestic regulation observing or monitoring them. So there is obligatory reporting. We added dichloromethane and perchloroethylene recently to this monitoring. And just to respond to also what has been mentioned, not all of these substances are used entirely as feedstocks. Some of them are used in emissive uses, in particular solvent use, dichloromethane, for instance, and that is a large source of emissions, which then reach up in the atmosphere, as the scientists are telling us. So also we'd like to remind parties about the Vienna Convention, Article 2.1, where parties are obliged to adopt appropriate legislative or administrative measures to control, limit, reduce, or prevent human activities should it be found that these activities have or are likely to have adverse effects resulting from modification or likely modification of the ozone layer. That's quoting the article, and that clearly would be applicable in this case, where the source of chlorine in the stratosphere would have an effect on the ozone layer. So this is certainly something we should be concerning ourselves with. It is interesting to read in the report by the TIAP that there are alternatives that are being used in some sectors, and that even that report is 20 years old. This morning the TIAP said in their feedback to us that some of these alternatives, that information has not changed and they remain relevant and can be used. So there is a way of avoiding some of these emissions. So in addition to alternatives, in the report we also read there is a safe use of solvents preventing emissions. There is what is called a preferential use cascade for solvents, where the chlorinated substances are rather at the end, so there are other alternatives that can be used before we need to resort to the use of some of those VSLS. So that is a way of preventing emissions. There are alternatives in paint stripping, there are alternatives in foam blowing, there are alternatives in pharmaceuticals and chromatography. So there is some relevant data on where we can avoid, and it might be good to remind ourselves on these ways of avoiding emissions. It's for us very important, therefore, to keep working on this issue. There's certainly, as others have said before, a need for further information, to collect more information, but we also think it would be important that we already try to avoid the use of VSLS where this is not warranted, where we have good alternatives. So we are very happy to engage with Canada on their prospective CRP. We may have some ideas of our own to contribute to this. And also on the issue of the number of parties having questions to the TIAP that may not have been able to address here, maybe this is one way of having a group, preferably a contact group, where the TIAP is invited to answer to these questions in more detail than we can do here in the plenary. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Chair, 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 Chair.
Good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparations for this meeting, and indeed also to Meg for her very kind words about our dear colleague Patrick, who we miss in our delegation, but indeed I think all parties will miss his good counsel and guidance. We would like to also note how happy we are to be back in Canada again for our second meeting this year, and we'll be back here again for our third meeting in December. We appreciate the co-chairs taking on this leadership role, and we are in good hands this year. And finally, we'd like to thank the TEEP, particularly the MACTOC and the SAP for their work on addressing the three decisions, and particularly the one on very short-lived substances, which is the agenda item we are talking about today. So we only have, actually, I think our actual intervention will be shorter than my introductory thank yous. Just a couple of brief comments to say that while indeed some of the very short-lived substances are used as feedstock, I think the TEEP was very clear that DCM, TCE and PCE are predominantly emissive uses, and that it is definitely important for the parties to keep any issues or any chemicals that may affect the recovery of the ozone layer under review. And I think that the information we have from the SAP is that these emissions of very short-lived substances do affect the ozone layer, and therefore it is incumbent upon parties to make sure that they are under review on a regular basis, even though those particular substances are not controlled under the Montreal Protocol. I think our understanding of the many questions posed by India was that they were broader questions, perhaps not specifically for answer here in this session, but perhaps questions that they would like to see answered in the longer term. And I think perhaps the 2026 assessment report is a good place for those questions to be answered or to be updated. I certainly think that some of the information that the distinguished delegate from India asked were questions that had been addressed in previous assessment reports, but there is always the opportunity to update information. And I certainly did hear from the MACTOC the willingness and interest to provide more information as much as they can in the next assessment report that they are preparing. We did hear with interest the specific questions from Canada that they would like perhaps to see some more information on. And then I think the question for us as parties is which of those questions can be answered in the assessment report, which I understand actually the TEEP will be working on next year, and which questions we actually want answers on a little bit more quickly than that. So I think that's something that we should probably, as parties, try and sort through to make sure that we are getting the information that we need, but not putting an undue burden on the TEEP, especially if they are working on their assessment report next year. So happy to engage and to work with Canada and others on a draft CRP. Thank you.
First,本代表团首次发言，感谢促养秘书处为组织本次会议所做的周到安排。我们也感谢加拿大政府的接待。首先呢，我们感谢 TEEP 和 SAP 在极短寿命物质上开展的工作，给缔约方持续提供了重要的信息参考。我们也注意到，目前在进展报告中讨论的5种极短寿命物质中呢， 唯一只有已知的一个 ODP 值其是小于0.004，其他的这个极短说明物质对平流层臭氧的影响的量化信息呢，还暂时未知。我们需要重申的是，极短说明物质呢，并不是议定书的管控物质。从目前的评估的结果来看，极短说明物质对平流层臭氧的影响呢也十分有限。我们也关注到部分的物质呢，已经也因其环境影响、健康的影响，在一些国家呢也受到了一个政策的管控。我们不反对对这些短寿命的物质呢持续开展研究，但这些研究呢，这些复杂的研究呢，是需要一个过程的，不可能每年都会有明显的进展。我们也非常同意，在研究过程当中呢，要有侧重点。我们想呢，主要是评估对臭氧层的影响是最核心的。我们建议呢，短说明物质既然已经纳入了2026年的评估报告中，是否可以考虑给 TIP 和 SHARP 更多的时间，等待一些问题有了更清晰的结果之后，再进行讨论，是不是会更有效率？我们将对此类物质对臭氧层影响的量化评估信息呢，将继续保持关注。
We'll
谢
keep
谢。
monitoring the information provided in this regard. Thank you.
Let me consult with my co-chair on a way forward. Just give us a few minutes. Thank you. 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 After consulting with my co-chair, we propose to have an informal group to be coordinated by Canada, interested parties, to discuss ideas that have been raised by delegates, including on further work for the panel, and to develop a concrete proposal. And we would also like to request TEEP to join the discussion. And if this is an acceptable way forward, we would like to request the Ozone Secretariat to inform us a time and room for the discussion. Yes, thank you. With that, I would now like to hand over to my co-chair to continue with the other agenda items. Thank you.
Okay, that's this is not.
Maybe you saw?
Yeah, maybe. It's strange. Okay, I swapped the mic. It's not working. Now we are going to agenda item 3B on feedstock use and controlled substances. So there's now the time to, after we heard the presentation of TEEP, to hear the general statement and interventions from the floor. So please, who would be the first one to give an intervention on let's say the item of feedstock use of controlled substances? I see India on my list. Thank you. 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 List. Thank you.
MC Talk has given the recent and historical trends in the production and use of ODSs as feedstocks. Further, table 5.8 presents details of feedstock application of various controlled substances. It has been stated by the TEEP that some feedstocks and byproducts have non-feedstock uses. Can have more details on such uses? We would also like to understand from the MC Talk regarding the fugitive leakage or losses of the ODSs used as feedstocks, if any, considering the national processes frameworks in place. Secondly, we would like to have more understanding from the MC Talk on the impact of the emissions in terms of percentage with respect to total production of controlled substances for feedstock uses. We would further like to understand from the MC Talk additional information other than covered in the previous TEEP reports on feasible and viable alternatives that can be used to reduce the feedstock production of controlled substances. Thirdly, we would like to understand more regarding the methodology of the estimates of annual global emissions of controlled substance, particularly where noticeable differences have been observed on global scale, as well as emission factors considered for production, distribution, and use of feedstocks. In table 5.20, detailed analysis has been presented on various products using controlled substances as feedstocks. We would like to understand the methodology adopted for the analysis and the data sources. Lastly, we would like to understand from the MC talk on strengthening the existing processes and mechanism in place for management of feedstock uses for controlled substances. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Some questions also to MC talk, so maybe they can react later on, or TEEP can react later on. I don't have any other participant now on my list. Yes, I have Australia. Yeah.
Again, Australia thanks the MC TOC for its updated information on feedstock uses of controlled substances in response to decision 35.8. We note that feedstock uses of controlled substances continues to increase year on year, and that not only did feedstock uses of controlled substances increase by 66% in the last 10 years, but it actually increased by 41% over the last 5 years. We also note that the use of HCFC 22 as a feedstock continues to increase and now comprises 50% of all feedstock uses. We saw from the MACTOC report that the average emission factor suggested of around 3.6% for feedstocks is sort of the generally acceptable, is what they have provided to us as an average. Most of this percentage emission actually relates to the production of feedstock chemicals. If we were to take the tonnage of controlled substances used as feedstocks in 2022 of nearly 2 million metric tonnes and apply this emission factor, the amount of controlled substances emitted in 2022 would be around 70,000 metric tonnes. But of course, in CO2e tonnes, that number would be considerably higher and much more problematic. We think that this challenges the long-held assumption made by parties that feedstock uses of ODS should be exempted from consumption accounting because emissions from these uses are negligible. They are clearly not negligible. We consider that we have actually been provided quite sufficient information by the MACTOC for parties to actually consider this issue from a policy perspective. We note the many questions that have been posed to the TEEP from India, and we think that actually many of those, again, can be addressed in their 2026 assessment report. As we indicated last year, we remain concerned about the large emissions estimated to be coming from feedstock uses of controlled substances, and we do take very seriously the advice from the SAP provided last year, which indicated they considered emissions from feedstock uses to be one of the top 3 threats to the recovery of the ozone layer. With that in mind, and with the updated information provided by the MACTOC this year, we are considering development of a CRP on this issue, and we hope to present it to parties for consideration later this week, and we'd be very happy to work with others on the development of that CRP and to consult with others, obviously, if and when we can get that presented. Thank you. 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 Thank you.
And, good to hear that you are thinking of presenting a CRP later this week. The next one on my list is EU, and then I have Micronesia. So if others would like to be on the list, please indicate that. But first, EU.
We'd like to thank the MC TOC for the work done. lots of my speaking points are similar to previous speaker, that we see with a concern the emissions, and first of all, the production of feedstocks rising every year, 6 to 7% every year for the last 10 years, and concomitantly that the emissions are also rising. Also, as we've, in the Q&A section, we had a question on HFO production. So the fact that some of these feedstocks are linked to some of the substances that we're producing more and more just indicates to us that in the future there will be more of them, even though the TIEB wasn't able at this moment to give us an estimate of how much that might be. But there seems to be certainly something to have on our radar screen that these amounts will increase. Also, we would certainly see that the notion that emissions from feedstocks are insignificant does not seem to hold when we look at the figures that we read in the report. We are provided with low, medium, and high scenarios. Even if we take the low ones, it's in the percentages range, so it's not insignificant. If we take the high estimates, we come to over 15% of losses, which is dramatic. So certainly this is an issue. Just to point again to the Vienna Convention that we need to take action if there is an adverse effect on the ozone layer, and this seems to be the case here. There are some quick wins, it seems. The TIEB has informed us about some measures that could be taken, and just to mention a couple, there is, of course, best practices on monitoring and reporting, the training of personnel. There is the possibility of using best practicing during distribution, storage, transport, handling, and repackaging. And in this case, it was a bit surprising to us, the answer from the TIEB that the non-refillable cylinders are not used. Well, in their report, it is one of the issues that is mentioned here. So maybe we can also have some clarifications on that at some point. Further, there could be abatement technologies used in new plants. There is regulatory incentives to avoid emissions, and of course, in the end, there's also possibilities of using alternatives. And maybe that's the last point, is something where we could, looking forward, have more information on those promising pathways where there are alternatives that could be used. That might be one way of focusing also our work going forward with the TIEB. So just in light of these findings of the existing emissions and the growing importance looking forward, we think this needs to be discussed. We're very happy to hear that Australia is already having some ideas, so we'll be happy to engage there. And we'd like to discuss in a group, preferably a contact group, also on these matters. And probably have the TIEB again in the group for further clarifications. Thank you.
I have then Switzerland, Norway, China, Saudi Arabia, and the United Republic of Tanzania, and then Canada. So if there's others who would like to speak, please indicate that. So, but first, Micronesia.
Pleased to have you both leading our work this week. It is especially nice to have a touch of island charm on the dais. We are grateful for your guidance and support. Good morning, colleagues. The delegation of the Federated States of Micronesia wishes to begin by extending our heartfelt thanks to the Government of Canada for hosting this meeting and ensuring beautiful weather for the week. We also wish to thank the Secretariat for their excellent work in preparing this meeting. Our delegation would like to thank the TIEB for its informative report on feedstock uses. The report sheds light on the alarming and significant increase in emissions of controlled substances. It is equally alarming that this increase is driven by feedstocks that are ingredients to create plastics. It is timely to draw attention to the connection between the use of ODSs and HFCs as feedstocks and plastic production. We would welcome further information in this regard in future reports. When ODSs, HFCs, and associated feedstocks are turned into plastics, they end up polluting land, fresh water, and our delicate marine environments. Like so many environmental crises, the impact of these pollutants are felt significantly by countries and communities that are not responsible for producing, exporting, or significantly utilizing them. Countries like our own are often burdened with the health, environmental, and economic impacts. Taking steps to consider ways to minimize feedstock emissions could have multiple environmental benefits, including providing additional protection of the ozone layer and the climate system, and reducing plastic pollution. This work could complement the important work underway to adopt a global treaty to address plastic pollution this year, in which all parties here are also involved. We support the statements made by the distinguished delegate from Australia that there is sufficient information available at this time to move to policy considerations. We look forward to discussing this issue further at this meeting with other interested parties, whether in the context of a contact group or otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
We would like to thank the Secretariat for their very diligent preparation of this meeting, the assessment panels for their excellent work, and the government and the people of Canada for welcoming us in their country and in the city of Montreal, which reminds us of the long history and the importance of this protocol, the importance it has for humankind, its past achievements, as well as of the relevance for the future that our work today and in this upcoming week will have. We share the concerns expressed by the delegation from Australia, and we thank them for bringing this forward and bringing this to attention for all of us. The TEEP report showed once more the relevance of emissions from feedstock, which have been increasing over the last years and which we now can expect that this trend might continue further in the future with an increasing global demand for alternatives to controlled substances. We recognize that our assumptions on the emissions from feedstock being insignificant is outdated. We heard a number around 4% today. And as parties of the Montreal Protocol, we have the responsibility to consider necessary actions. So we would be very much interested to participate in the discussion and would welcome a contact group on this matter. Thank you very much.
Know what your idea forward is. I have here on my list, and I mention all the delegations, Norway, China, Saudi Arabia, Tanzania, Canada, and Brazil. If others would like to speak, please indicate it now, because then I would like to close the list. United States. Yes, so then it's Norway, China, Saudi Arabia, Canada, Brazil, United States, and then I close the list, and then I give the floor to Norway.
To thank the Secretariat for their hard work in the preparation of this meeting, and also to thank the people of Canada for their warm hospitality. We thank also the assessment panels for compiling all this useful information, also considering the breadth of information that they already provided us in many previous reports. We would like to add our voice to the previous statements and express our concerns regarding the growing emissions related to feedstock uses of controlled substances. For us, it is timely that we collectively address this issue in this body, and we would like to thank the Government of Australia for taking the initiative of working on the CRP, and we are interested in discussing further which kind of action we could be taken for addressing this issue. Thank you.
And the next one on my list is China.
First of all, we would like to thank TIP and SAP for conducting the study and analysis on the feedstock uses of controlled substances at the request of COP. And from the report, the uses of the feedstock uses involves a lot of a big range and it's very complicated. We see the high increase of feedstock uses, but we should also look at its necessity. We believe that emission from feedstock uses indeed has an influence on the ozone layer, but we have to emphasize that feedstock uses are not controlled by the protocol. We hope that TIP, in terms of technology, could give more reference, for example, the technology for reducing leaks and the alternatives. But in the same time, we have to look at the feasibility, viability, safety, and sustainability. We'll continue to keep an eye on the production, use, and emission of controlled substances for feedstock uses, and we will stay engaged in the relevant discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, China, and also by being brief and concise. Saudi Arabia.
إتاحة الفرصة مرة أخرى. لدي تساؤل: هل القلق الحقيقي من المواد الوسيطة بحد ذاتها أم من انبعاثاتها؟ إذا علمنا بأن الوسيطة تستخدم لإنتاج مواد نهائية أخرى هي ما يجب أن نقلق بشأنها إن كانت مستنفدة للأوزون أو ضارة بطبقات الجو العليا. وهنا نأمل من زملائنا في الساب والتيب في تقاريرهم القادمة الاهتمام بهذه المنتجات النهائية وليس بالمواد الوسيطة فقط، فإن تسرب هذه الوسيطة قد يكون نتيجة سوء نقلها أو تخزينها أو تداولها وليس تصنيعها فقط، مما يعني الاهتمام بمراحل حياة المادة الكيميائية قاطبة. مع الشكر الجزيل.
On the life, 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 on the life.
At 1 o'clock, and we have to stop at 1. My proposal is to come back after lunch, and then Canada, Brazil, and the United States can make their statements, and then we finalize this agenda item. And the Secretariat has an announcement to make. also good side effects. Defense, 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 defense,